It's in the mailbox.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. My love, supposed to follow the agenda. We can't like.
No, I just want
No, because it's before the meeting, so
Okay, you want to what?
it's fine.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah, your glasses do a great job.
Okay. All right. So, thank you everybody for coming today. It's North College Hill City Council meeting. The date is February 22nd, 2022. So, first thing, let's call the roll.
Dukestein,
Present.
DeWald,
Present?
Underwood,
Present.
Miller Novak,
Present.
Zorb,
Present.
Blythe,
Here.
Anderson.
Here.
Okay. In case everybody didn't see the email, Mr. Graver will not be here today to serve as president of council. That means it is my honor and privilege to do so. So first up, we have on the agenda, I'd like to make a recommendation. There is a group here, I think we received an email about a rental issue, and it seems like a few people have come to do some presenting on that today, and I think they did a press release. So we do have the media. Because I know we have a pretty full list of stuff to do today, I think it would make sense to potentially allow these folks to make their presentation maybe now before we do the administrative reports and the call of members, so they can say what they have to say and we can hear what they have to say, and our friends in the media can go out there and cover other stories, right? So we can have really dynamic 11 o'clock news today. So that's just something I'm tossing out there. Does anybody disagree with that? Does anybody willing to make a motion? I guess I could make a
I'll make a
motion.
motion
Mr. President,
that we adjust the agenda to hear our folks from the rental property.
Okay.
if you could add as well, the person whom I'm presenting the proclamation appears not to be here. I'm not sure where she is, but if you want to, if we can move that to administrative reports, or however we so choose, or I can just read it. It's up to council. It may speed up things if we, either way, if I just do it under my report.
Yeah, well, that's, I
Okay,
guess
she
that's
shows.
fine, but if they're not here, don't we want to wait a little bit?
That's what I'm saying, in case she shows by the time I'm.
Yeah.
Just, I don't want you to expect me to read it right after the agenda.
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we use your mayor report for that?
That's fine.
And then you can use that time for that, and hopefully she shows up by then, and then we can handle that earlier. And then if not, we always have the public presentation as well. Does that sound okay?
Yep, fine, thank you.
Cool. All right, so I have a motion. Did I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second from Ms. Underwood to permit our department folks to give an early presentation. Any discussion? No? Cool. Call the roll.
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Have to approve the agenda first, or do we just start first?
Well, I think what we did is amended the agenda, so I think now we could vote to approve the agenda as amended, unless anybody else has any other recommendations for any other amendments, that is.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood?
I move that we approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, I have a motion.
Mr. President, I'll
Yes,
second that.
and I have a second from Ms. DeWald. Any discussion? Okay, so I have a motion from Ms. Underwood and a second from Ms. DeWald to accept the agenda as amended. Can you call the roll?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes,
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes?
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Okay, so that will bring out the department folks. I know we talked a little bit earlier, public participation. I know there's a handful of you, so if you could try to keep it to 3 minutes apiece, because it sounds like a handful of you want to talk, and I know we have other presenters here today, and so we do want to protect our meeting time some, but we definitely want to hear from all of you, okay? So who's going to go first? You got
Mr.
Okay.
President,
yes?
I did have a sign-in if you wanted to use that as well. Or
Either way, I mean, they kind of come in a
Should
group,
sign in.
so,
they are.
but if you haven't signed in, if you can, that's fine, please do.
They are signed in.
They are all signed
Yes.
in? Okay.
So,
So
Mr. President,
you're up, yes?
as clerk, so he would let you know who is up first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's nice.
Well, go ahead. Who's up first, I guess?
Griffin Ritz or Reitz.
All right. Mr. Reitz, is that it?
Ritzy. Yeah,
Ritzy? Okay. If you don't mind, please state your name and your address.
Yeah, Griffin Ritzy, 2949 Kling Avenue.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'm with Socialist Alternative, Cincinnati. My organizations help lead, the fight for rent control in Minneapolis and Seattle the last couple of years. And I think with the housing situation in Hamilton County and North College Hill and Cincinnati, that's something that's going to be more and more important in the years to come with the housing market up in the air. So our member Josh, who's a member of CWA, works at Cincinnati Bell, went on a service call at 1385 West Galbraith about a month ago now. The power was out in the hallway. Laundry service was out. And talking to tenants, we came to find that there was a dispute between the old landlord and the new landlord over utilities, and that affected service at the property. So we quickly moved to go canvass the building, and hold meetings with tenants. And there were other issues at the property, which are pretty common, I think, in housing in the city. Insufficient hot water in one of the units, broken appliances, leaky windows, water damage from past flooding in the basement level, water leaks, a lot of confusion over where to mail rent payments with the new landlord coming in. And there were a number of tenants that were assessed late fees and also given 3-day eviction notices during the transfer of property. So these are all things that were really concerning to us. And then on top of that, the landlord coming in, Rick Bennett with RLB2 Properties, was demanding $125 across the board rent increase, which might not seem a lot, for some people. But when you're paying, $425, $450, $550, that represents a substantial increase, right? That's like 25% increase. So we came together on January 28th, and the tenants formed a tenants union. So 31 out of 40 of the tenants signed on to that. We sent a letter, which we forwarded to council last week. I know it was a 3-day weekend, with 5 simple demands, right? So this is a majority of the tenants, 31 out of 40. No rent increase until 2024. Meet with the tenants union and recognize it to negotiate the terms of that. No evictions, no late fees assessed during the transfer of the property. A $225 credit back to the tenants for laundry service and power being out in the hallways for about a week the other month. Full audit of maintenance issues that have been ongoing for a long time in the building. And snow and ice removal in the parking lot. That's been a big issue with the last couple winter storms. And I think we're really here today to call on council to take a side in this, to try to reach out to the landlord and get him to recognize the tenants union and meet with people to negotiate over the situation. I think that's something that could set a good precedent for how these issues are handled, and a lot of the tenants, I think are facing displacement if that doesn't happen. A lot of people are seniors, a lot of people are retired, people working paycheck to paycheck in a really difficult economic situation right now. And I think this points to bigger issues that we're obviously not going to solve today, the need for rent control. And I think we're encouraged by some of the discussions that are happening in Cincinnati City Council around affordable housing funding and things like that that would affect, the housing market in the whole area. But I think this particular situation is a moment where the council can, stand by the constituents and actually try to come to an agreeable resolution, a reasonable rent increase if that's what has to happen, and some expectations on how the company's going to deal with tenants going forward, because there's been harassment, there's been intimidation, and some people are going to speak about that in a few minutes. But yeah, I just wanted to outline the situation for everyone. Thank you.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Mr. President. What was the organization's name that you're with, Mr. Reeds?
With Socialist Alternative and the Cincinnati Tenants Union.
Thank you.
Okay, who signed in next?
We have Sharon St. Clair.
How y'all doing?
Okay,
Good,
Sharon,
thank
if you
you.
don't mind, just state your name and your address.
My name is, she needs to speak into the mic.
Yeah, let's kind of get her there first.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just kind of upset. My name is Sharon St. Clair. I stay at 1385 West Garbett Road, apartment B6. I've been living there for over 18 years. It's been all kind of managers and property managers and what have you. Okay, needs to say we have had rent increases, but that hasn't been like $125 pound, and see, it's people talk to you. Can you monitor how a person talk to you? But the justification, like you talking to them, and you never said anything like that. I'm just Saturday the 5th. Now I have caller ID. I don't have to answer my phone. If it's important enough, you leave a voicemail, I will call you back. Sometimes I take a second look even when my daughter calls me. So Marcus had called me Friday. I say Marcus because he's supposed to be the property manager, but he had gave the perception that he was going to be the new owner or one of the new owners. But anyway, with my stove being out an element and I had a leak in my bathroom, evidently the maintenance list had not been passed down from owner to owner. So it just finally got, the issue finally got resolved. But the thing is, Saturday, around noon on the 5th, I noticed Friday that I had a missed call from Marcus. So I seen his name, so I answered my phone. And he asked me, did I have a few minutes? I say, I only have a few minutes because I'm getting ready to do some running around. Then he say, hold on, I'm gonna put you on hold. So I disconnected the call, and I wrote him a text message say, you put me on hold, I have running around to do. So, okay, when you get a few minutes, call me. This man, after that, he sends me a text message. Then he sends me, he sends me a text message telling me that I was rude, and he don't understand why every time we talk, we have a misunderstanding. When I talked to him, all I wanted to know was, okay, you said he was telling me Home Depot called him and blah, blah, blah. Okay, am I gonna get a new stove? Well, I thought your stove got fixed. It did. Is it about, cause I sent in my money order and put the wrong date on it, but it was already printed out. I was wondering, was it about that? Paperwork. No, but he went on about something else I didn't understand. So yeah, I hung up on him again. But my thing was, how you gonna call me? I can't find something now. How you gonna call me and leave harassing calls to the point that I get so upset that I'm just frustrated. I'm so sick to my stomach. My nerves that got so bad that you gonna call me and tell me that I must be not feeling well, and if I don't like living where I'm living at due to the fact that me and him cannot communicate, that I can leave. He would give me an eviction notice if I don't have a lease or what, so I don't know if I have a lease or not. You know, if it went from month to month after my years being there, I know my year lease was renewed, it was flipped over until this other company took over, then it went month to month. So with this new people coming in, do I still have just month to month? Because the lease agreement that they sent to us, it didn't have a year rent agreement, 6 months rental agreement, anything on it. So now I don't know if I'm living month to month, and you can go up on my rent when you feel like it. You can come up with some kind of reason to give me an eviction notice because this Marcus feels that he cannot communicate with me. But after that, all that went down, I sent everything that Marcus sent to me, including that voicemail, to the owner. The owner had no idea why Marcus was calling me. So he told me, Miss St. Clair, as long as you pay your rent, you don't have to worry about being evicted or anything. You know, but this was in a matter of 15 minutes that this man called and did this to me. And then I go outside later, snow piled up everywhere. I couldn't even get to the dumpster to throw my garbage out. Needs to say, God know what you're doing. It don't matter. You don't have to speak on it. But I've been there, living there long enough. I know sometimes maintenance don't get there to shovel and salt. So I pull my shovel out and do it. For my sake, nobody else's. I don't want a broken hip. But you call with all that, and at night, it's a mess out there with the snow because it wasn't removed properly. But you can harass somebody like this and threaten them with eviction when you haven't did anything, said anything or nothing, but you're going to use that miscommunication or how you running something and can't nobody talk to you like that or they will be evicted. What is that? See, this coming out because I lay down sometimes. I had to put this off my head. I can't have this running around in my brain. I would be in the hospital. I don't do stress. I work construction for 32 years. I just retired in September. I don't do stress. You give it to me, I take so much, then it's my turn. I don't have to be rude to these people. I know when you calling me. But to threaten to take my home away from me because of the way you feel, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it. Okay, who's signed up next?
We have Seth Webber.
It's okay. Just state your name and address for us, thanks.
I'm Seth Webber. I live at 2515 Housestead Street. And just to put things in perspective, I kind of want to go into a case study. There's a landlord that we've been going to their properties the past year or two. They're called Vision and Beyond. And they own about 100 properties all over the Cincinnati area. I've been to most of them, and it's really bad conditions. They intimidate tenants, and at certain places they'll displace the tenants so they can jack up the rents. I mean, they're basically a slumlord. And the co-owner, Stas Greenberg, he came to here from out of the country. And in an interview with this website called Million Acres, he said he came to Cincinnati because the tenant laws are lax and, quote, this is an eviction-friendly city. And, you know, if a company like that, if someone like that is coming here for that reason, I think we need to do some introspection, and we need to think about, you know, what kind of laws need to be put in place to protect tenants, to protect them from abuse. And it is abuse. I mean, you know, as part of retaliation, well, thankfully all these lawsuits got thrown out, but whenever a tenant, you know, stands up for themselves, this company will file a $10,000 damages lawsuit against tenants, even though, you know, they don't even go into the units and look at the damages. They just file it and try to scare tenants. And, you know, I don't think anyone wants something like that in that city. This city, it's, you know, causes dysfunction. And so for that reason, you know, I think we should consider laws to discourage that kind of stuff. Thanks.
Thank you. Did anybody else sign in?
Yes.
Okay.
I have Maya Brooks.
Hi, Maya. If you just state your name and address, that would be great.
My name is Maya Brooks. My address is 1385 West Galbraith Road. I'm just here to speak on behalf of, I also had a situation with, I think his name is Marcus. Before I moved in over there July 2021, and November 22nd, they came to our building, and they were knocking on the doors, and I didn't want to open the door because I just feel like I didn't want to open the door. I wasn't ready, you know, to do that. I wasn't in the mood, so I didn't open the door. I kept constantly getting harassed at my door, so I started recording. I have a 10-minute recording of them just knocking at my door, to the point where I actually told them no, can you guys just come back another day? Mind you, they're not even the property owners yet at this time. So they began to actually open my door with the key. There was Marcus and there were two young men. I don't know who they were, but they actually started to open my door, and that kind of scared me. So by intimidating me, coming into my home without me opening the door. So they came in, and I just didn't have any choice but to let them in because they were already in. And, you know, Marcus tried to sit me down and try to talk to me while the two other young men were in my house, roaming around, doing whatever. I don't know. I didn't really get an explanation. It was just kind of weird. I couldn't really do too much, and it was just pretty intimidating and unnecessary. I didn't really know what to do. I live by myself. I'm 20 years old. For them to come in and, you know, into my home and just do something like that, and with no explanation, and they aren't even the owners yet, didn't really get too much. And now there's a rent increase or whatever. I don't know what's going on, but that's just my story. I don't know what anybody else has to say.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody else sign in that's associated with this group of tenants?
That's all I have signed in.
Okay. Is that everyone with your group that wants to speak? Yeah, probably not.
I think it was sent out in that release that we sent to the council last week. So
Okay.
if you're interested in that. There's also a transcript of that, I think, in there. So.
Okay.
I'm sorry, ma'am, what is your name, Mr. President?
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
What is your name?
Sharon St. Clair.
Can I give her something, Mr. President?
Yeah. You gonna give
Sharon.
a referral?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Yeah, one second, let her clear.
No, you're fine.
You're up, though. We're next.
Just want to get on
Yeah.
the
just wanna
list.
Try to clear the area. Okay, go ahead.
So we have started looking at the two pieces of legislation that you guys had sent to us in the City Community Development and Recreation Committee. We are next month at our meeting, we're going to kind of pick apart Cincinnati's legislation and kind of see what we think will work for North College Hill, what'll be best for our city. We're also planning on talking with some of the renters in our city, some of the, the good, bad, the ugly, everything in between, and kind of see what'll work best for us. We're not Cincinnati, and I think that is no excuse for us to allow horrible things like that to happen to the people who live here, but it's still going to be different what works for our city versus what worked for Cincinnati. But I do want you guys to know that we are looking into this. We aren't just, sitting here and ignoring you and not doing anything about it. We're doing what we can from a legislative standpoint to help you guys and to help the city. And we're trying from our side, but we're the legislative body. So the stuff we're looking at is, you guys know, legislation and ordinances and resolutions and all that jazz. So, but if you guys want to watch that meeting or come to that meeting, you're welcome to. It's the second Monday of next month.
Yeah, I think just to kind of bounce off of Councilperson Anderson there, the thing to remember about us is we are a legislative body, right? We're not an enforcement body. We're not a court. So ultimately, some of the stories I've heard, those are things like maybe if you can't afford an attorney, I don't know if anybody's reached out to legal aid or anything like that, whether as a tenants union or just individually. But, ultimately, even if we pass legislation, right, those tend to be civil rules in terms of rental stuff, and you'll still, you need to start looking maybe for representation if these are things that are a pattern of unlawful activity that you believe that you're going through, you know what I mean? So, but it's good, I appreciate you guys coming in, because we get a lot of emails, and sometimes it's hard to know how much, we get tons of complaint emails, right? So it's hard to know what to take serious, and ultimately engaging with your government and coming into a group lets us know that this isn't just like an angry text message or something like that at 1 a.m, that this is a group of people that really feel like they're experiencing something that's not good and really asking for us to think about it when we make rules and laws. So I really appreciate your coming in and letting us know that this is something that you're experiencing and is something that you want us to think about as a rule-making body. So thank you, because more people need to come in and give professional presentations like we received tonight. So I do appreciate that a lot.
Mr. President.
Ms. Underwood?
I did pass along an attorney's name. His name is Nick DiNardo. He is with Legal Aid of Southwest Ohio, and he actually is one of the attorneys that is at the forefront of challenging all of the, for people who need, legal assistance against, a landlord-tenant dispute. So I passed along his name and his direct dial number to the young lady who was sitting in that chair right there. Sharon. So if anyone else is interested, I do have his phone number. I have his email address. He would be very receptive to receiving a phone call or an email from you. He's a very nice, just a strong advocate for people who are socioeconomically disadvantaged. So I would definitely follow up with Nick DiNardo, especially based on everything that we've heard here today. Yes?
Just one quick follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead.
Please come to the lectern.
If it's quick, just go ahead and use the lectern. That way it's on TV sound.
I guess the ask tonight is, pretty simple. And I understand, obviously, as legislators, there's only so much you can do immediately. But, I think being elected to political office and being representatives of the community that are in touch with stakeholders, whether it's developers or tenants or whatever it is, I think, I think that it would help us move things forward if the council was willing to reach out to the landlord and say, hey, we're alerted to this issue. We think that you should at least meet with folks, and have this meeting to try and negotiate. you know, is that something that you'd be willing to do? I think that's kind of like the thrust of us being here tonight.
I'm gonna ask our lawyer, Mr. Dieters.
Okay.
We have this constitution thing that kind of gets in our way sometimes, so.
I don't want to talk about it because it would probably breach attorney-client privilege to talk about it right here.
Okay.
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 Sorry. Yeah,
Mr.
so
President,
just understand we're not trying to put you off.
Yeah, no,
I think you have to understand that as a government, we're constrained too by the Constitution. We gotta be careful what we do and how we get involved and stuff like that. So,
Right.
it's just part of being a government actor. Go ahead, Ms. DeWald.
I was going to ask Mr. Dieters, would it be advantageous for, I forget your first name,
Griffin.
Griffin, for him to talk with you at all, or no? He cannot talk with you at all about this?
I'll talk to anybody, well, but I don't know what I really can't give him any legal advice because I represent the city, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not asking for, I just think that, I mean, you meet with other stakeholders, right? You meet with developers, you meet with, you know, the administrator at the school system. I think a majority of tenants at this building coming together, I think they're also stakeholders and they deserve to be, you know, treated as such. Like, I'm not sure that there's a legal question there. I mean, I'm not a lawyer myself, but that seems like more of a community initiative than, you know, I know you're not gonna do anything legally binding to, you know, have this landlord meet with us, but I think like, it would make sense in terms of being a steward of the community to try to get him to meet with the tenants. And that, I mean, that's really the only question that I had, but I think that's fair to ask, and I'm curious what people think about that, but.
Okay. So, Mr. President.
Yeah.
So, you had the fortune or misfortune, unfortunately, to have two lawyers sitting on council who are then looking to the third lawyer sitting in the room
that
to
guy.
ask a question.
Yeah.
So, what I will say is that, you know, we definitely read all of the communications very carefully. I think I'm allowed to say I'm very concerned. I did pass along Nick DiNardo's information. I would definitely suggest that you follow up with him for sure. And I will follow up with our council to see what we can do to help. And so it's just kind of more to follow.
I would also point out too, just another thing. I don't know if anybody's contacted the OCRC, which is the Ohio Civil Rights Commission. If you feel like something's happening in terms of discrimination based upon race, gender, disability, some membership in a protected class, they can often investigate that. Sometimes they file suit. The Attorney General's office will actually file suit if a landlord is violating one of those rules and laws. There's a statute, it's called 4112, that deals with discrimination, whether in housing or workplaces and things like that. So, maybe if you feel like there is some discrimination based upon your race or family status or something like that, then that's another avenue to kind of reach out to. So, but I can only say this as an individual. I mean, we can't really, it's hard to make a statement as a council. You have to understand that in order for us to do anything as a council, all four of us have to vote on it anyway. So it's not as simple as like one human being from this council walking up to someone and say, hey, city council says this, right? But I will say this just as an individual and a citizen, one that happens to be a legislator, right? I think this is a warning to all landlords. Like ultimately, if there's enough people and we see enough abuse, then we start passing laws and then things get more difficult for them to do business. So that's something that any landlord in any place needs to be concerned about. I just can tell you that I wouldn't want to be on Channel 9 News if I was a landlord and it was my business renting out properties to see my name or my establishment being mentioned on TV on Channel 11 isn't exactly a good look. So I would think that any landlord should probably succumb to some public pressure and want to talk to you regardless of what this council says. So you guys have to put pressure on them, right? And you have to come up here and maybe that gets supported by us by legislation at some point in time. But, again, your advocacy is what ultimately needs to continue, right? So it's going to be up to you guys to not give up if you feel like your rights are being violated. Does that make sense? I hope it does, from my position. So, if no one else has anything to say, I think we do have to move on with our agenda, though. So I just want to thank you guys for bringing that to our attention. And I want to thank all the members of council for agreeing to let them go early and listening to them and all that stuff. So, is that okay? And if you guys have other things to do, feel no need to stick around if you want to take off. You know, we're not going to be offended, trust me. People do it all the time. So take care of yourselves and have a good night, and I wish you all the best luck.
Guess it's not that important. She's the
Okay.
runner.
And all right.
Mr. President,
Yeah?
did we approve the meeting minutes from 2/7/22?
No, we're like in
We're
that little
getting there.
blank spot between agenda and Greater Cincinnati, right there.
Okay. Well,
So I
then-
was gonna bring that up. Technically speaking, the next item on our agenda is Greater Cincinnati African American Heart Association Proclamation.
She's not here, but I can still read it during my, flow with the agenda, I'll go ahead and read it now.
Okay.
No, you can do it during my report.
Do we want to give her some time? Maybe she'll come
Yeah.
during the
Yeah.
report. Let's give her some time.
I mean, it's up to you. You tell me. What would you prefer?
I'll do it during my,
Okay. Then we will skip past that and go to the council meeting minutes from February 7th, 2022.
Mr. President,
Ms. Anderson?
I'll motion to approve the meeting minutes from 2/7/22.
Okay.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood?
I'll second that.
We have a motion to approve the meeting minutes by Ms. Anderson and a second by Ms. Underwood.
That's me.
Is there any discussion? Does anybody else hear that beeping?
That's me.
That's
I'm
Brenner.
printing something.
Okay. I don't know if I was getting tinnitus or something.
Well,
All right.
You are crazy, but not because.
All right, so any discussion about the meeting minutes? No? Okay, can you call roll, please?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Okay, next up is communications. It looks like there's something, Ohio financial disclosure.
Yes, Mr. President, we do have the Ohio Ethics Commission filing reminder, just to let everyone know to file their 2021 financial disclosure. The due date is May 16th, 2022.
Thank you.
That's all, Mr. President.
That's a good reminder. All right, next up, we have committee reports. First up is City Community Development and Recreation.
Yes. Sorry, that's me. I just lost my paper that I needed, but that's okay. All right. So our last meeting was on 2/14/2022. We got a few updates on the Tree City USA board and when the next meeting is. That's where my notes were to tell you guys that date, but I forgot. I don't know where my notes are. Anyway, we also got a couple updates on the Recreation Director and Recreation Commission, which both of those are just kind of still in progress. The Comprehensive Plan update also still in progress. Homeowners Assistance Fund finalization. I couldn't really give an update. I will have an update though for the next committee meeting. We also looked over the Silverton Art in Public Places packet that we were borrowing from them to see if we could come up with any similar ideas or anything that we liked from that, as well as got a little bit of an update from the administration on the youth recreation teams. That kind of goes along with the comprehensive plan update. That's all kind of going into motion, and so it'll be a bit until we have a really big update on that, but that's okay. We also talked a bit in length about the LED lights that could possibly be put into the like fancy dancy street lights that are on Galbraith. They kind of look like old gas lights, and how that could eventually save the city a good chunk of money. And we kind of discussed how that could possibly be paid for by Duke. So I know administration is following up on that. They're also following up on Adopt a Pot, something with Corain. It's in my notes. We were going to ask them something. I'm really sorry I can't find those notes. We also discussed a little bit, again, about the partnering with the Chamber of Commerce and CIC for promotion material during the Hamilton construction for the businesses that are on Hamilton Avenue. And the Chamber of Commerce is doing similar to what they did during COVID times, where they had that big banner outside of Walgreens and kind of advertised for carry-out businesses and businesses that were really hurting during COVID. So they're kind of going to do something similar for the businesses under Hamilton construction. I was going to have an update on the endorsement of NCHCAC. I wasn't able to get that update, but I do have an update for our next meeting. We also discussed, what was just discussed, the late fee and pay to stay legislation that the tenants union asked us to look into. As a committee, we agreed that it would be beneficial to look into that. I got copies of that legislation. I've been doing my amateur research on both of those, and so we will have more of a deep dive of that next next meeting. We also got a couple example welcome packets from Green Hills and College Hill of what they send to new property owners and new renters in the community. We came up with a lot of really good ideas around that, things that'll work better for our city, ways to kind of bring down the costs so that it's not putting a burden on the people who are getting the welcome packets. And we adjourned, I remember it was probably around like 7:33 if I had to guess. Our next meeting is, man, this new computer update, it's messing me up, is March 14th, Monday at 6:30. And that is all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Next up is my finance report, which is going to seem kind of lame after that very detailed report. But we discussed, the finance director came in and gave her report. The other thing we discussed was the Hamilton project, which is Hamilton Avenue, not to be confused with the cool musical. We have, I think, we added the results of that is the amended agenda that we had for today, where the legislation is on the agenda today. I know that the administration had told us during the finance committee meeting that we were kind of urged to suspend the second and third readings and get that passed in haste. So that project can get kicked off without any delays. The other thing we discussed was just briefly economic development contracts. As we all remember when we passed the budget, we did include, as a council, we requested that the administration put some money aside to hire an economic development consultation, or consultant rather, to hopefully bring in some new business to the city, and new revenue. And we also had some discussions about the splash pad that we hope to open up. I know there's some little bit of debate about whether or not we try to get the thing open this year, sans constructed restroom. Other ideas were discussed regarding that, or whether or not maybe we wait for plumbing reasons. So that's essentially, you know, kind of sums up most of the conversation. I think there's also some questions about information in the budget, a couple line items that increased, and maybe in the future getting some information from the administration, maybe a different manner in terms of the finance committee, to help us understand some things, or know exactly what changes are occurring in the budget, maybe at a little higher view or something like that. And there was some debate about that as well. Our next meeting is after her next meeting, so it'll be on March 14th, 2022 at 7:30 p.m. Okay, next is Rules and Public Policy.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have not met since our last meeting, which was in January. Our next meeting is February 28th, which is next week on Monday at 6:30 p.m.
Super. And then Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yep.
We have not met since our last meeting, which was in January, and our next meeting will be next week on Monday at 7:30 p.m.
Great. Okay, next up will be administrative reports. We will start with Mayor Nichols.
Mr. President,
Ad hoc.
I had an
Oh.
ad hoc.
Ad hocs.
Thank you. Does anybody have an ad hoc committee report?
Yes.
But there's a lot of people
I
here that
do.
are on other committees, so mine's not until next
Ms.
month.
Blythe, you have one?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm glad someone brought it up, so I didn't skip you. Go ahead.
This past Thursday, I don't remember the date, was our CIC meeting.
17th. It was February 17th.
February 17th.
Okay.
At our last CIC meeting, Miss Carol Johnston told us that she found a second donor for the renovation of Weiss Park. The donor is a lady that Mrs. Johnston went to high school with, and she is from Atlanta. She would like to know when the rededication date for the park will be, as she plans to attend. Carol also stated that the two donors so far will require proof that North College Hill is the owner of Weiss Park. Mr. Ron Mosby, our city administrator, and Mr. Matthew Shad with the Clover Nook Center for the Blind, they will be providing that paperwork. Mrs. Johnson also stated that the area of what Weiss Park used to be a 40-acre farm, but she's not sure where the location is in relationship to the park. Also, there used to be a house where Weiss Park is located. The homeowners lived there from 1900 to 1968. And that's it. Thank you.
Any other ad hoc reports? Okay. I may have culpa on almost skipping that. Go ahead, Mayor Nichols.
Thank you. I just had a couple quick things. Food Truck Friday, May 4th, 4 to 7. We do have 5 trucks as of right now. There was a question that was asked during the Finance Committee meeting about the Splash Park and whether or not we could go forward. You guys did see that email. I don't want to repeat it if you don't remember or if you overlooked it. The answer is yes. Mr. Mosby did contact the health department. They said that we could go forward with phase 1, but it appears as though, correct me if I'm wrong, we have to have restrooms within a year. You can have portalettes, but you need to go into the different phase and have restrooms within a year, which is fine. because we had already discussed this with JMA, and they're writing it up in their proposal to us. And that was all I had that way. But so now, Miss Wright, I'm not sure what happened with her. I hope she's well. But if you recall, Miss Wright came about a month or so back, and she has started an organization because of an illness that she has, which is heart disease, and she is a transplant survivor. I believe she had not a transplant. Okay. So we wanted to, with this, as you know, February is, I'm going to do it from here. I'm not going to go over there. Heart Association Month. So this is a proclamation in support and recognition of February 22nd, 2022 as Great Cincinnati African American Heart Association Day. With that being said, she started an organization for African Americans who may have or who has heart disease. So whereas Greater Cincinnati African American Heart Association was founded and established by Ms. Sandra A. Wright, and GCAAHA is creating a health-focused environment of community network support with thoughtfulness, understanding, and trust for African Americans, fostering emotional and moral support that is culturally appealing. And whereas Sandra A. Wright's unique experience and perspective allows others facing these challenges, especially in the African American community, to connect with her point of view. Mrs. Wright possesses the ability to be relatable to her clients and impart authentic levels of empathy, understanding, and genuine concern for their individual dilemmas. And whereas it is Ms. Wright's desire to see African American people making decisions for good health that aids in avoiding the pitfalls of developing chronic illnesses and cardiovascular disease, ultimately achieving a healthier quality of life. And whereas February is American Heart Month, a federally designated event, it is time to remind the City of North College Hill residents to focus on their hearts and ways to prevent cardiovascular disease by adopting healthier habits. And now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Tracy Nichols, proclaim February 22nd, 2022 as GCAAH Day in the City of North College Hill. And we present this to Ms. Sandra A. Wright. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Before I do, is that all you have to present today?
That's all I have.
Okay. go
I just
ahead.
want to ask, you said March 4th for Food Truck Friday?
Yes.
Okay, what time?
4 to 7.
4 to 7. Thank you.
Mr. President, did
Ms.
you say
Dixon.
March or May?
March.
Okay.
She actually said May, but she meant
That's
March.
what I thought.
I thought I heard her
I
say
could have
May.
said May.
I think she meant
Ready for
March.
school.
So March 4th from 4 to 7, right?
March 4th.
Okay.
3/4/2022.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And 5 trucks this time. Phew. All right. Next up, Ron Mosby, City Administrator Report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to start off with some good news. So this past week, or last week, excuse me, we received the recycling information for 2021 from Rumpke. And the good news is that our diversion rate for 2021 was in double digits for the entire year. That's big news because for the past couple of years since I've been here, we haven't exceeded really about 8%. So we've taken a big jump since we have changed the contract with Rumpke and since we've rolled out the rollaway containers. So our participation rate basically has jumped significantly. So obviously, thanks to all of our residents who have been participating, and certainly to council and the mayor for the endorsement and ultimate approval of these contracts and being able to have these rollaway containers. So we will have to formally submit, but we will get a recycling incentive, which should probably come around March or April, perhaps April timeframe. So once we get that, then council will know. But I know that last year, we got a pretty nice size check, but it ought to be greater than that this year. Next, the administration and Mayor Nichols, as we've talked about, changing our financial system. So currently, we're using a system which is called CMI. It's not only is it a manual system, but it's not necessarily connected to anything. We would like to transition to what the Ohio Auditor of State calls it the Uniform Accounting Network. So in order to do that, we first need legislation to be passed from council. That legislation will be presented to the Finance Committee at its next meeting. So I am asking that we begin the process by council passing that legislation. If we do that, we can then submit our information to the state, and our goal is to have the training done and for us to begin to transition by July the 1st. There was a question that was asked, I think, during the Finance Committee meeting about car leases and how things change within a week. At the time, we were told that we were on hold. Last week, we actually got word from the two leasing sources that the cars were available, which means that we have 2 police cars that are available, and then the car for our code enforcement has now been identified and is made available. So we are finishing the paperwork on that. So we're hoping to have those cars in operation by next month. Let's see, Mr. Miller-Novak, thank you for reminding council that we do have the first reading of the final resolution of the Hamilton Avenue project on the agenda today, and you are correct. I would ask that the council suspend second and third readings. That way we can deliver it to ODOT, and they may be able to let the project, because they are the ones that will be letting the project. As a reminder, as we had informed council previously, we will owe ODOT some money for that, approximately $590,000. However, the grant that we received from SORTA was about $550,000. So basically, it requires that a payment from us of only about $39,000. So the grant that we get from that we are receiving from SORTA is helping significantly. Finally, Mr. President, you had mentioned as well about the economic development consultant. As I had mentioned, we do have the RFP out. That RFP is due this Friday. So after this Friday, we will see the responses that we get, and then once we open those, we can bring those to the next Finance Committee agenda. And that's all I have.
Okay. Next up is
Discussion. I have some questions for Mr. Mosby. At the last, I think it might have been a Finance Committee meeting, Ms. Kirsten talked about a CPA named Robin. So when did she get hired? What is her salary, and what line item is that?
Mr. Wald, she's not an employee. She's a consultant. She's working with us to finalize our 2019 and submit our 2019 returns.
Okay, but so then we don't pay her?
Well, we have a contract with her, yes.
Okay. And then, so is Carol still with us? Does Carol still work here?
Yes, she is.
Okay. So you had called me, or we had talked on the phone about the salary, about the council's raise for 2022, two. Have you gotten, we were supposed to get a raise even though it was insignificant in this year. And I gave you the ordinance for it.
I think I would have to defer to Mr. Dieters on this one, only because you are correct, there was an ordinance that was passed, I guess, in 2000, and I don't remember right now, because I didn't know that
right.
you were going to ask about it. If I had known, I would have brought it, but
Well,
I do
my
not.
life's been a little upside down, so I've got notes from last week, so.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, I don't, I do remember that I had looked at two pieces of legislation, one which was actually in the codified ordinances, and then the one that passed that you're referring to that happened to be on a salary ordinance, which is where that came from. So I'm not sure how that would be handled, to be bluntly honest.
Okay. And then I understand that the young man that used to clean the building is no longer with us
That is correct.
because you're going in a different direction.
That is correct.
So who is taking his job?
Her name is Orita Broadus,
She's already been hired
correct?
to clean this building?
Correct.
What line item does that come out of?
The budget that was passed last year that had the
For
professional services.
$15,000?
Correct.
That came out of the police department's budget.
No, that was in the there was one in the police department budget, and then we had money in our budget for the same thing.
I don't think that's how it was presented to council at all. So, anyway, I'll go back on those records and check. Have we decided what kind of vehicles are gonna be purchased for the public works with the $153,000?
No, we have not yet.
Okay. And then, we haven't seen a mayor's court report this year yet. The last one we received was January for the December, but we haven't seen January, and we should have seen 14 at least by tonight. And then also, bank reconciliation, I've mentioned this before, the bank reconciliation reports. I've been here in this chair since November and haven't seen one. So,
Mr. Wald, if you remember, and you just asked about this, so
I did.
remind you. I mentioned that the reason that we hired Robin Roush was because there were problems 2019 and before. And so she was hired to review our finances and to submit our financial reports. So one of the things that she had to do was to go in and be able to have a starting place to actually, where we could actually reconcile properly the monthly reports, which she has done. And so the other woman that you were asking about, Ms. Sims, who was just temporarily with us, that is her job. What she is doing is she is going through all of the reconciliations from 20 and 21, and when she's finished with that, then we will be all caught up for 2021, and that will be the place that we will be able to submit the reconciliations beginning for 2022.
to council.
Correct.
And what about the mayor's court report?
Mr. President.
Okay. Well, I have Ms. Anderson and Mayor Nichols.
I think Ms. Blythe said it before me, so I think she's up before me.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Then Ms. Blythe, Ms. Anderson, Ms.
Yes.
Nichols.
Mr. Mosby, I had a question. My question is, with us switching to the Uniform Accounting Network, can you let us know, like, what are some of the benefits that it will have over the current software, which is the CMI, please?
The CMI software is not necessarily connected to anything. It's basically a piece of software that is a standalone, and so we have to go through the process of, once we get, for example, the reconciliation, for example, that Mr. Walt was talking about. So we have to manually reconcile the checkbook and then reconcile CMI to our bank account. So that's just one example. Another example is we have payroll. Payroll right now is a manual process that has to be done. Then after payroll is done, it has to be put into this system. With the Uniform Accounting Network, those are things that, because it's online and it's already connected to the Auditor of State, it can be submitted. The biggest advantage of all of that is that because all of that information then is put into the Uniform Accounting Network, it makes it much simpler to do the end-of-year filing report. So right now, what happens literally is we have to take all of that financial information that we have, manually upload it, and then put it into the put it into the Auditor's Network. With the Uniform Accounting Network, once we put it in, it stays in there, and then it just based almost the push of a button, it will create the end-of-year financial report.
Okay, and then that will help us better with future audit reports or whatever.
Well, it
because
certainly will save
we're
us a lot of
connected
time.
to them. Okay,
Yes.
so more connected to the state of Ohio.
Correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Blythe, I'm assuming that concluded your question?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
So I have two kind of quick things. So Miss Dewald, you had asked a lot of questions. I want to make sure I heard this one right. I think she had asked what line item Robin, I'm not sure what her last name is, was being paid under. I just
Roche.
okay. Do you happen to have that line item?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I didn't know she was going to ask the question. So.
Yeah, no worries. That works. I just wanted to make sure her question was heard. And then the second thing, because I mean, as a 23-year-old, I am always on the internet, right? So, but I don't ever remember seeing a post for a new cleaner. How was that job advertised? Or how did that person get
There wasn't.
the job?
We didn't have an RFP for that, if that's what you're asking.
So how did this new person get the job?
Through we have a contract with the person, and we hired that person to clean the building.
They're subcontractor, they're not an employee.
Correct.
So, so there was a person, and then we let them go, and then you hired a new person. So how was that new person found after you let go the last person?
This was someone that I knew that does cleaning for a living.
So it was from a personal connection, you hired them as your friend?
I hired them as a professional cleaner. That's somebody that I know that cleans professionally.
That doesn't seem fair to me that you hired somebody who you know personally and then didn't give anybody else the chance to apply for that job.
The contract the size of the contract is not a contract that would require as you were mentioning, basically a whole RFP.
Either way, I still think that is not very ethical to hire somebody because they're your friend and not because they're the best person for that job. That's just my personal opinion.
Mr. President.
Well, Ms. Nichols is next, but I got
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry.
I got you in the
No, I'm
queue
sorry.
line.
Okay.
You're in the queue line.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Mr.
Ms.
President.
Nichols.
I wanted to respond to Mrs. Dewald. You asked about the report. When you said it, I went back and looked at the email, and this is just my assumption. I thought that Ms. Toll had sent it out to everybody, so that's my fault. She had just sent the report to Mr. Mosby and myself. I can forward it to you. Now, I do have one dated February 8th. I assume that's for January. So I will forward that out to council, and then I will also let her know to send it to Mr. Hedger.
So, may I? How it was done in the past is that clerk would email it to our clerk. So
That's
I
what I
would get
said,
the email,
Yeah,
and then I distribute it to council.
that's what I said I was gonna have her.
Okay, I
send
thought you
it to-
said you were gonna have him give it
No,
to
I said
Ron.
send it to Mr. Hedger. I said she sent it to Mr. Mosby and myself. Going forward, I'm gonna have her send it to Mr. Hedger,
Right,
and
and that way, because
he
he
can
needs to keep his
he
record.
can
Well, you
forward
know
it
that.
out. Yeah, so I do apologize. I didn't realize, for some reason, sometimes when I look at it, there's so many to come through, I just read what it is, and sometimes I don't even pay attention. So when you said it, I knew I had received one.
And there was one, it was most likely the one for December that we read in January.
Mhm.
That was in our mailbox. Now, it could have been later than that, it could have been December anyway.
Mhm.
So I don't even know if the clerk has a copy of that. So if she could send,
Are
I'll
you-
just,
what
I'll
do you-
have to check with him and see what copies he has.
Are you asking for December, what are you asking for, December, January? Because this one is January. The one that I got February 8th.
Okay.
So are you looking for December? Or is it January that you're looking for?
I'll just have a conversation with Mr. Hedger
See
and
what he
and
has.
see what he has and
Okay.
see what we need to catch
But
up
it sounds
on.
like you don't have January, so I'll forward that to Mr. Hedger, and then he can send it out.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Mosby, I brought up Danny because I don't know, I couldn't find a line item, so if you could provide the line item that that person's been hired under, and now I'm sorry I spoke his name, but, he worked, I thought he did a good job, so was there something, I mean, from what I was told, it was like, boom, and you're gone. But he worked 2 hours a month for $75 a day for $150 a month, and I never noticed that this place ever needed any cleaning. I think he did a good job. The only time we would find a problem in here is if there was a party in here or a party in there and he hadn't come in to clean yet.
Mr. President,
Ms. Nichols?
I can't speak to what he did when he was here, but I do know that there are some things that I feel that, I don't want to use the word I feel, that should have been a little bit more attended to. For instance, the restrooms.
I know the men's bathrooms needed help, yes.
Yeah, sometimes the women, and I just think I've been here. For instance, we had a CIC meeting, and it was Christmas. Everybody left. I was in here hauling garbage out because I knew he wasn't gonna be here.
Right,
And
that's,
then,
yeah.
and so it was trash, like, not just from there, but there was trash in the hallways. So I think we were looking for, well, what I perceived, we needed something where somebody was here a little bit more. Now, I don't know if that could have been, I can't even think of his name, you just said it.
I know.
I don't know if that could have been him or not, but I did stress the fact of whomever it was that we needed something a little more. And I was under a different impression as well that they would, I don't know why I was thinking they would go clean the police station too. I don't know, I can't remember if that was just in my head or if I verbally said it.
Right, well, if I understood it right, when we first talked about this $15,000, it was to have a cleaning person for the police department because it always needed so much help. I don't think we ever talked about hiring a separate individual for this building.
We talked about, from what I thought, it was both. They were supposed to do both.
So they're gonna do both buildings, one person?
That was the impression that I got.
Okay, so, Mr. Mosby, could we have line items for that for the next meeting then of if there's two positions and what line items are coming from?
Yes, but I do see that Lieutenant Petroselli is here. He is working on the contract for a cleaner for the police department, so he may be able to provide some input. It's not the same person that is working on that. That's number one. Number two, again, I wish I had known that you would have, because we probably could have talked about this just so that you would have been able to get a better understanding. But the prior cleaner that was coming in came in for a couple of hours every 2 weeks, one day every 2 weeks. And as the mayor said, that was not sufficient. I actually did go and ask if he was capable of bringing in additional time, and he could not do it.
Correct.
So that was the reason that we had to find someone else.
But it was abrupt, and I didn't find out about this till over the weekend.
Well, it wasn't abrupt. I
It
have to.
was boom. Make
Ms.
this your
DeWald,
last day.
okay, I'm not here to try to change your opinion. I can tell you it was not abrupt. These are things that we had to look at before and well prior. That's the reason that the money was added into the budget, as we had talked about. And one of the things that I know that was an emphasis with the mayor was to make sure that we had the building cleaned more often. So
No
that
parties
was
were
put
an
in
issue.
there.
I absolutely know that parties were an issue, yeah, so.
So it had nothing to do with him as a cleaner. It was
understand.
his availability, and that was
Just
primarily it.
die.
Okay, guys.
My only request is that
Because
if
we're
we
starting
have
to
the line
talk over
items.
one another. No, we're starting to talk over one another, and I'm having a hard time even following. So, I think he answered the question, maybe not the one you wanted, but let's move on in the interest of an efficient meeting here. I want to move on to the law director's report.
Mr. President, I have no report other than to indicate that I think the last time I was here, I mentioned House Bill 51, which now was passed and signed by the governor, which now again permits public meetings to be virtual until June 30th. It's about the only update I have. I wish that probably would have been done a few months ago. It probably would have been a little more timely. But needless to say, it did pass and it was signed by the governor.
I almost said Mr. President. Go ahead, Matt. Habits, right? That might be something neat for rules and public policy to talk about. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if we even have. I'm sorry. I don't know if we have any interest in that. Well, don't worry, because I'm going to throw myself under the bus too.
Voluntold to do something.
Well, I'm going to throw myself under the bus too, because I also would like finance to talk about the software issue. That's something that probably should go to finance to talk about. And I assumed we were using that software. I thought everybody did nowadays, so I learned something tonight. So maybe because it does link up, right, to the auditors, and it just, so most communities are using it, so coolness. So I would like, maybe you could present that at our next finance meeting. That makes the most sense, right? And then just, she volunteered accepted. So maybe they'll talk about that in rules of public policy. So thanks, Mr. Dieters, for your law director's report.
Anything I can do to help.
Yeah, yeah. Well, great. Let's go to call of members. Christian, if you don't mind doing your maestro work.
Mrs. Dukestein.
I just wanted to say thank you for any of the tenants that had, all of the attendants that attended tonight, and just the representation. It's nice to bring the awareness to issues that are happening in our city so that we can do our part to correct or set the path to things that should be set right. It's nice to hear those issues, never get exhausted with making sure that our community has their needs met. So I also wanted to congratulate the Greater Cincinnati African American Heart Association Proclamation on their day here in North College Hill. And the recycle. I'm very happy about the recycling rise that we had and participation from our city residents. That is all.
Great. Thank you.
Mr. Wald.
I have nothing.
Ms. Underwood.
Thank you. Until somebody changes the rules about call of members, then I get to kind of say what I want to say, I guess. So first, actually, I would like to say thank you to the North College Hill Police Department. And there appears to be quite a number of officers here this evening. So so when I came into my office, which is on Galbraith Road, there was a slip of paper under the door, and it says North College Hill Police Department Night Eyes Program. So I guess they just kind of checked the closed businesses to make sure they're locked and secured. It says your business was checked by officer. Can't read that handwriting. You probably need to work on that. So I just wanted to say thank you for that, because obviously we have a law office and we wouldn't want anybody rummaging around in our office because we forgot to lock a door. So I did want to say thank you for that. Also, I would like to congratulate the Greater Cincinnati African American Heart Association on their day. Also, I would like to agree with Ms. Dukestein that, I would encourage citizens in North College Hill to either reach out to council via email or by coming to meetings to express concerns. We're always interested in hearing what the concerns are. I know I am. And I definitely appreciated that feedback. So, and I believe that is all that I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miller Novak. Mr. Miller Novak.
Yeah. No, I definitely want to echo, thanks for the residents for bringing that to our attention. It's obviously a very complex issue, and I know that the Community Development Committee is already discussing it. And, it's always hard for us when we hear problems to show restraint and not say, hey, we're going to solve them for you, and to know our limits and things like that. So I was actually really proud of council for
Why are you looking at me?
I don't know, because you're on council. I was just proud of council for showing restraint and not giving false promises and talking to these folks with a lot of respect. I thought everybody did a good job of handling really a difficult presentation, because it was rather sad. And, certainly we know things like that can be a problem and stuff, and people who are underprivileged definitely have struggles, and it's hard sometimes to hear anybody give difficult presentations, for sure. I didn't know that you guys did that with the businesses. That's really cool. That's neat. It'd probably be a little creepy if you did that with our houses. So maybe stop at the businesses. I don't know how I'd feel about you, like, Jimmy in my door a little bit. Like, it's cool, Frank. Yeah, I locked it. I'm in here and I just got out of the shower. Leave me alone. So yeah, maybe hold it at the businesses. But that's really cool that you guys do that. It's a good service. It's nice when I find out something's going on that's neat that I didn't know about. So thanks for doing that. And yeah, okay, yeah, go in there and cook yourself a meal. I mean, mi casa, su casa, Frank. So yeah, that's good that you guys are doing that, though. So that's all I have. That's it.
Ms. Orb,
I have nothing, thank you.
Ms. Blythe,
No comment.
Ms. Anderson.
Yes. Okay. So I also want to congratulate the Greater Cincinnati African American Heart Association. I mean, not only is it Heart Health Month, but it's also Black History Month. And so that's kind of cool that we have a Black-founded organization helping Black people in our community during Black History Month. I think that that's really important. Also, that is really cool that you guys do that for the businesses. I had no idea. As many of you guys know, as I saw you there all the time. I worked at Skyline forever, and I mean, you guys were there the second we needed you guys, and you guys are always really there for the businesses. So thank you guys a lot for that. You guys were always a big help when we got that one weird customer who would come in way too late, and there was always one person. Also, I do want to say, with this many enforcing people in the building, I want to remind everybody that there is a mask mandate for this building. You wouldn't want to get caught with this many police officers in here. They will come and get you. So if you don't have a mask, I have extra. You're welcome to have them. They are disposable. I promise I haven't used them before. I knew who you were. O'Neill is the only one who gets an exception, let me tell you. It's okay. I'll forgive you this once because I like you. I think that's all I had. I'm sure there was more. But I've gone on long enough. Thank you.
That's funny. Okay. All right. All right. I feel like Mike shouldn't miss meetings. This always happens when I'm doing this. All right. I think next on our agenda is public participation. Mr. Hedger, has anybody signed in?
No one further has signed in.
Okay. Does anybody in the audience wish to say anything? No. As a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, yeah. I figure either one of you had something to say, or there was a bomb threat we didn't hear about yet or something.
Oh, wow.
I have handouts.
Don
That's right, Mr. Giant.
He's-
My able-bodied assistant is handing
so
those
cute,
out.
too.
We're here tonight as, in support of our police chief.
Thank you.
We have a letter from our police association, to read to council, and, she's got some handouts that might help things, help you understand some of the things the letter talks about. So this, like I said, this letter is from the police association. It's addressed to Mayor Tracy Nichols and a member of City Council. We write this letter in support of Police Chief Ryan Schran. We, as members of the North College Hill Police Department, serving under the supervision of Chief Schran, hope that you will consider a deserved pay increase for him. Chief Schran leads the department during a difficult time for law enforcement. With lower numbers of police recruits entering the field, staffing is as challenging as it has ever been. Bad press for law enforcement and unthinkable ambushes and assassinations of police officers, coupled with a global pandemic, has made his leadership more important than ever before. Chief Schran is a selfless leader who puts his staff and their needs ahead of his own. It is not uncommon for him to pick up a road patrol shift when we find ourselves short-staffed. He is here early, he stays late, he works all hours and in between. He provides endless support for his police family while being a husband and father to his own busy and growing family himself. Salary information for other police departments in Hamilton County, which is the colored spreadsheet that you have in front of you, shows that Chief Schran's salary to be near the bottom of the pay list. His current salary does not reflect the leadership, legitimacy, and strategic thinking ability he brings to the department and the city. Industry standards for the pay difference between ranks, like between sergeant, lieutenant, and chief, is 12% at a minimum. The difference between a lieutenant at the top pay scale, which was recently negotiated and is now waiting for council to approve, and the police chief's pay raise that was approved for 2022, there will be a 4% difference between the ranks. Between the top lieutenant and the chief is going to be 4%, and the industry standard is 12%. If you look at that, you'll even see it's on the second or third page of the ordinance, which has the pay scale for the chief. It lists the police chief at a certain rate of pay, whatever that says. And it, even in the fire department, it lists theirs as 12% different between the rank below, and then the next one will be a 12% different between the rank below. It lists those out even in there. So it is pretty standard. To put this in perspective for you, if a lieutenant at the top of the pay scale gets 2 hours of overtime a pay period, he will be making more than the chief. And we get 3 hours just to go to court one time. And so if we go to court one time, we're making more than the police chief. And we don't believe that is sufficient. And we do not want to lose our police chief. We will not be able to replace his level of leadership, dedication, and sense of family that brings him in to cover a shift at 3 a.m. Not to mention the difficulty the city would have replacing all the things that he does and all the commitment that he brings and the leadership that he brings for the salary that the city can afford. We would ask you that you take a sincere look at Chief Schran's salary and benefit package so that it is more fairly compensate the leader and mentor that he is. He brings endless guidance to his department, and a sufficient increase to his salary is warranted. We ask you to compare his salary with the newly negotiated lieutenant's wages. We're hoping that this was an oversight, that this governing body here was so efficient that they came up with the pay increase for the chief before they had negotiated the contract for the lieutenants. It's not usually this way. It doesn't usually happen this fast. So we ask you that you just, when you look at the contract that you're going to be given to approve, that you also review the chief's wages as well, so that we can stick with that industry standard of a minimum of 12% difference. That's what we're asking for, and that's why we're all here tonight in support of him, so that we can show you that we're all behind him in his leadership. And on a personal note, I can tell you that I've been here 29 years this year, and I've been through, Chief Strand is my 5th police chief that I've worked for. And I must say that, not to let any of the other chiefs say that they weren't doing a good job, but he's been the best chief that I've worked for. And as far as the dedication and the leadership and the mentorship that he has provided to all of us. So that is all I have to say. Anybody have any questions about anything?
Mr. President.
Mr.
ahead.
President, can I get on the list after Ms. Underwood?
You're on the queue list.
Thank you.
So if going to court makes you make more, would you be willing to go to court for free?
Yeah. Or maybe not
I
spend
hear.
3 hours there?
I'm teasing.
We never want to spend 3 hours there. It's not a pleasant process in
I
court, I
bet.
guarantee that.
That's not.
I'm teasing.
I know you are.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Sorry. Feel like
Well,
I
thank you
ruined the
for your-
joke exit. All right. Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
All right, so as we are told just about every Monday at 7 o'clock, sometimes at 6:30, sometimes at 7:30, we don't pay the person, we pay the position. Now I'm quoting a direct quote given to me by many of those people right there. So, short answer is, it doesn't really matter who's in that position. It doesn't really matter if they're the best leader in the entire world and you love them with all of your heart and you would die for them, or if they are the worst leader. And that's up to whoever's opinion. It doesn't matter because we are told by administration to stay in our lane and that we pay the position. Second thing is, and I just lost it, I should have written it down. I don't remember, but, oh, yes. If you look at the rest of our salaries of our unclassified employees, they are all astronomically way too low than what they should be. I mean, if you compare, a finance manager makes for any other city near us, it is not even close. It's way higher than what our finance manager is making. Same with our city administrator, same with our mayor, same with the council, same with our law director, same with our finance specialist. So this isn't personal against him or personal against that position. You're right, this is what North College Hill can afford. But like we said, we pay the position, and when we see good leadership in that position, then we will make it match that. That is all.
Can I respond to that?
All
Or?
right, one second. Yeah, go ahead. If you want to speak, I think it's because it says it's open public participation. You can. It's kind of like everybody needs to take a turn who wants to speak. Is that okay? Rather than just like random blurtings. So go ahead. You can respond.
The response to that is, you are right, we do pay the position, but the position should be, like if you look at the finance tax people, the person in charge of the finance department is making, 3 times as much as the person below them. Literally 3 times as much. So what we're saying is, we're not paying the position as much. I'm making this much, the person above me should be making this much. If you look throughout this paper, every other department has a ranking, a hierarchy of pay. And it's pretty significant difference between the person in charge and the person below that. I'm not saying that we should be making as much as Indian Hill, that's not what I mean. I mean, he should be making amount equivalent to his rank, and that rank is chief of police. And chief of police should be a minimum standard of 12% above the next rank below, which in this case would be lieutenant. So I'm not saying we should be making as much as the person at the top of that list of salaries you see. I'm saying it should be commensurate with the person below it. He should have a 12% minimum standard. And I think it was just, the raise that he got this year was done before we got our raises. So I think that has never been done before, not since I've been here, not typically. It's usually done at the 22 raises come at the end of 22. typically. And in this case, they came at the very beginning, at the end of 21. And I've never seen that before, and that's why we might be in this position just as a mere oversight. And that's what I'm hoping.
Well, honestly, I'm going to go ahead and go since I'm technically on council. Part of that is we were actually ahead this year because what you're discussing is probably more of an inefficiency in past years. It's not normal to give people a raise for a year at the end of that year and give them retroactive pay. I mean, you know, I know that in my firm when we do like raises, we have like a partners meeting at the end, like around Christmas time, and then people get their raise starting on January 1st kind of thing, and maybe a Christmas bonus before that, but obviously it's private and a little bit different. But I understand what you're saying. I don't think you're talking about your own pay at all. I think you're talking about his pay, and you're talking about the proportions of rank, right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
You know, that as much as everybody gets all mad about what the CEO of Walmart makes, obviously it should be something more than the person who's maybe the bottom line manager and things like that. And as you climb up the corporate structure in private, there tends to be some spacing between what people make. So I get your point. You know, I mean, the one thing I have to agree with Ms. Anderson about is, you know, I mean, I said it before, there's no reason I can't say it again. I don't think we pay our people enough. All of them, any of them, personally. I mean, that's my personal feeling. I think if you want a good city, you got to have good people running it. You want to have good people running it, you got to pay them as much as you can kind of squeak out. And that's just a reality. So I think that applies to the chief. I think it applies to you. And I think it applies to everybody that's looking me out there and everybody who works for us who's not currently in this room as well. I've said that a gazillion times, and I'll probably say it a gazillion more. So, you know, then that is something, and I think, you know I've heard the line that we don't pay the person, we pay the position. It's kind of true, kind of not, right? It's it's true in a collective bargaining agreement because your positions, as you guys all know, we negotiate a collective bargaining position and whatever your rank is, and you get your raises according to that formula. But with our unclassified employees, whether or not it's department heads, finance manager and things like that, actually it's a little bit more like you pay the person. You know, the position is what the salary ordinance sets it at. It says X amount for this position, not the human being. But the reality is that those people are unclassified, which means they're able to singularity, like on their own basis, negotiate their own salary, where you guys, as you know, have union reps that negotiate your salaries, and that's how that works, right? But I get your message loud and clear. You know, all I can say is with the salary ordinance is, you know, it's going to get passed today, but that's not like, if it gets passed today, it's not necessarily set in stone either. It's not like once a salary ordinance is set, that's like the last thing that can happen. I think the issue is that, just so you know, it doesn't mean that this can't be revisited, even if this were to pass today, like, oh, darn it, they passed it, and we wanted more, so it's over. And that's not necessarily true. I think the bigger concern for us, if we're to discuss the salary ordinance today, is, you know, maybe the department heads get revisited, or maybe they get taken out and rediscussed. But I certainly want to pass the salary ordinance because I want to make sure that our administrative assistants get their raise. Wouldn't you guys all agree with that?
We certainly do. We don't want to hold anybody else up.
Yeah, we don't want to hold anybody else up over a debate about department heads, right? We want to make sure that all these other employees and every other human being listed on here, at least their position, that those people get a raise. As far as I'm concerned, is like, what month is it? 2 months overdue. So I just want you to understand that regardless of what happens with the salary ordinance today, it doesn't mean that conversation's over.
Okay, yeah, we just asked you to think about, you guys were so efficient this year, it got the salary ordinance done early, that you didn't have the opportunity to look at. As a matter of fact, the salary range that he got in that ordinance is 12% above what I currently make. So if it didn't include the raise, it's 12% above where I am now.
Yeah.
But I am getting a raise whenever you ratify the contract that we just negotiated. So if you think about that, that's, I mean, he is 12% now, and then when we get a raise, then this to be 12%, but just think about that. I think it's probably an oversight, I'm hoping, so.
Yeah, that's a good point. Did you want to If you don't mind, does anybody else want to speak?
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm a numbers guy, even though I can't stand math. But I like looking at the numbers that our people do and what our chief has to deal with on a personal level. So you say it's not, I forget how you phrase it, so I apologize, but that it's, yeah.
That's not my.
No, you pay the
that's
position,
administration.
not the person.
In some way, I agree with you. In other ways, I'll disagree. Just to give you some ideas of what you guys may not even realize that what we deal with on a yearly, daily basis is this body. Last year,
I'm sorry, I do want to interrupt you for a moment. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Yeah.
I'm going to say your name first. I would just like to say that I have begged and pleaded for the information that you're now giving to me today. For over a year, I am the chair of the Public Safety Committee.
I
And
want to probably have some small
And
stuff.
I'm just saying, I have begged and pleaded for this information, and, which I'm now about to hear apparently, but I have been begging and pleading for this information. So I would just like to put that out there.
Okay.
Okay.
So, obviously, you guys probably all understand we have mutual aid, where we're responding to Corning Township, Mount Healthy, and Springfield Township, and then our own calls. Last year alone, these officers here responded to 184 calls that involved a gun. 184, which comes out to about 15.8 times a month. If you don't think that puts a strain on us and a strain on our boss, who has to worry about every single day the type of calls we go to, this community has changed. It's not what it was 20 years ago. We unfortunately are feeling the effects of the violence that has come up from the city. Ms. Underwood could tell us all too well. She knows, being a public defender,
Former public defender.
former, but she knows all too well what I'm talking about. We had 3 open shootouts in the middle of our city last year. One was a running gun battle on January 29th, where someone shot a house, and then those people chased those people in 3 different spots in our town, shot at each other. Again, calls that these gentlemen are going, and ladies are going to. We had 11 people shot last year in our town. 1 died. Luckily, we, with the help of the ATF and myself and Detective Brown, we were able to put 2 people in jail for that are awaiting trial for that homicide. It is personal for all of us. It's personal for him. We take this seriously, and he bleeds just like we do this city. And I could tell you, in the 2.5 years that I was a detective, and Detective Brown can probably agree with me on this, one of the worst jobs as a police officer is to have to tell a family that their loved one is no longer going to come home. I've done that 4 times in 2.5 years. And every single time, after I get done with that, Chief Schran calls me, make sure I'm okay first, and then make sure the family's okay. Because we're all a family, that's why we're here. He's like our dad. So we all understand that budget is tight. We know the city doesn't have a lot of money. We're just asking that he is taken care of fairly. That's all I have.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood.
sorry, I'm going to. I would just like to encourage you, and again, I'm not to put him on Front Street, but he's sitting there, so I'm going to. Chief Fells sends me emails all of the time. I know what he's doing all of the time. So even though I don't get to say everything that he does all the time, I know exactly what he's up to because he communicates with me. He sends me emails, he sends me text messages about just different things that they're up to, different things that they're doing. And I've asked for that information, and obviously it didn't make, I've asked for reports, I've asked for information. I just haven't received that, so I apologize for that, but that was the first time that I had heard what you just said. I mean, when I go home, you know, for obvious reasons, I'm not trying to watch the news. I'm watching like Star Trek. I'm not watching the news. I'm going to my happy place. I'm serious. So, you know, the news is awful. So I would just encourage, you know, even though we pay the position and all that other stuff, I would encourage you to communication. Like, I think Lieutenant, am I saying that right, Petroselli, he was sending me information about like the food giveaways, and for a while I was getting information and then nothing. So, I mean, it would help if we, you know, if we knew what was going on, I think. So, I mean, obviously, you know, I understand what you're saying, and I certainly appreciate it, and I appreciate you all being here as a show of support, but I would just, for me, I would ask for just, you know, a quick email, you know, just, hey, this is what's going on, or hey, this was great, or hey, this is not so great, or something, you know, if there's something we can do to help, I'm sure, you know, that's what we're here for, but, you know, I just, that's all.
Okay. Trekkie. All right, so would you like to still speak? Well, we gotta get you out. I'm sorry. It's because, like, that's the only way, like, you know, openness, transparency, all that stuff.
Yeah, it is.
You can take your mask off.
I've been here 14 years.
Take your mask off.
I grew up here. I raised my family here. None of us work here for the money, obviously. We could all go somewhere else and make more money, no doubt. Part of the reason I stay is because of the people I work with, because they are great people. And that's why I say most of them stay. The community that we're helping, the people we work with, are why we stay. It's not for the money. Obviously, we have to live. I mean, and obviously for Chief Strand, he is not like my father, since I am so much older than him. So he was a junior patrolman when I started. He has come up through the ranks quickly. He's a smart person. He cares about everyone. Almost to a fault, he cares about everyone. And we are here because we want him to stay, basically. And I love Brian Fells, but Brian Fells, the part-time fire chief, makes more than our full-time police chief. I struggle with that. And I love Brian, but I struggle with that. I mean, that's hard to swallow sometimes. You know, I mean, that's why we're here, because we want him to stay. He could go anywhere else, anybody could, but we want him to stay. And we want him to be able to be where he needs to be. That's all.
Does anybody else want to speak before? I kind of wanted to say something, but I don't want to. Someone else wants to speak. Someone else want to speak? You don't have to. I'm not pressuring you.
Yes, he is.
No, I'm not. I think everybody's done. I think the one thing that, you know, I think I'd say, and it's not really my line, I stole it from National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. If everybody remembers the Jelly of the Month Club, right? And then they, you know, Cousin Eddie goes and kidnaps his boss, you know? And then, you know, there's the speech at the end where I think, you know, he ends up saying that sometimes you forget the people behind the numbers, right? And I think it's important. I mean, I think it's probably important that you guys came here today because, you know, that's something that matters to me. And I know that's something I've said is that, you know, these are not just numbers, these are people. And you have to sometimes try to put yourself on the other side of the fence when you're making decisions about salaries and things like that. So, because it matters. So thanks for the stories. I mean, from my perspective, I'm glad, he came. It's nice to hear from the people behind the numbers sometimes, because we don't always get to. You know, it kind of bothers me, like how few of you I even know, right? I see you all the time, it seems, right? And then Petroselli, I can't get away from him. Seems like he's just like everywhere. And Officer Manning, I see you at the football games all the time. Dog's being kind of lame right now, but I guess he's kind of tired, yeah. Yeah, he's not really rambunctious, that's for sure. And then I've seen all our newer officers get sworn in, which has been great. I'm glad that we're doing that every time we hire somebody. But it'd be nice to see you guys here more often if you have things that you want to tell us and stuff like that. It doesn't always have to be a PowerPoint from a chief. It's just nice to know who you are and know your name. So if I see you, I'm not just like, hey, cop that, you know, on the government of, you know, so it's nice to see you. And hopefully if you see me, please stop me if you see me at a football or a basketball game and talk to me. I'd like to hear anything you have to say and just tell stories and get to know you. So I appreciate your attendance tonight.
Mr. President,
Ms. Blythe.
can we take a break before executive session, please?
Well, yeah, I mean, I have no objection to that, but we'll have to call a motion and stuff like that. So, but before we officially do that, I just want to make sure we're done with public participation. Has anybody else signed up? Anybody else want to speak?
Mr. President,
Yes, Ms. Underwood.
I do see Chief Fells in the back, and I would like to ask him if there's something that he'd like to say.
Okay. Cool. We need
Mr.
a dog
President.
every meeting. Well, it sounds like we're done with public participation.
Mr. President, I'll move that we take a 10-minute recess.
Okay.
Mr. President.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Underwood to take a 10-minute recess.
Second that motion.
We have a second from Ms. DeWald to take a 10-minute recess. I imagine this is not something we need to debate, so can we just call the roll?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mrs. DeWald and a second by Ms. Underwood to reconvene. I think it's a fairly basic motion, so we don't need discussion. Can you call roll?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWall,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Okay. All members' remarks, to be honest. Okay, then we took the recess there. Darn it. All right, so there's an executive session listed on the agenda, but wasn't discussed with me beforehand. The only thing I'm going to ask is, number one, someone's going to obviously have to make a motion, but it seems to be spelled out here in a way that looks facially fine. The only thing I'm going to ask is that we invite our attorney into executive session, so we're not going outside the scope of executive session, and we keep our conversations lawful. I don't know if anybody else is going to be invited.
I asked that this executive session be on here, so he's
This is
invited.
your request?
Yes,
So you
Okay.
would like him in here?
yes.
Okay.
And
Miss-
then, are you going to attend?
I am.
Is anybody else going to attend? Just
Everybody
you?
can attend. Everyone can attend.
Everybody
Including
in this
Mr.
room currently?
No,
Probably not
not
the
the
chief,
chief.
Okay.
He's gonna have to look like
Aw,
he's
come on.
Me too.
Hopefully it won't be long.
Chief Fells makes too much money, he can't come in
Yeah.
there. That's kind of it. And then, obviously,
Christian
Mr.
can
Hedger,
stay
we
if
got to
he-
boot you too.
He,
No notes.
he said he's not staying. He can stay, but, well, he better leave. No.
He can go find paper towels for
Yeah.
the women's
Mr.
bathroom.
President,
Yeah.
so I'll motion to enter executive session to discuss the discipline, compensation, and/or investigation of a public employee under ORC 121.22. We would like to invite our law director, city manager, the mayor, and all of council. Does that work?
I'll second that.
Perfect.
Okay. We have a motion and a second by Ms. Zorb. Any discussion before we call roll? Okay, doesn't sound like it.
That'd be
For COVID, we probably will stay in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna pack up in there. Good seeing
Thank
you,
you. It's
Brian.
always
See
good
you,
to see
Chief
you.
Fells.
Hi, Chief Fells.
Don't forget your jacket.
Uh-oh,
Yeah.
it's not that warm out yet.
Okay, go ahead and call roll.
Good night.
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWall,
Yes.
Underwood,
You thinking about it?
I am. Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
My heart said no, my mouth said yes. All right.
We're all good? Cameras and mics are on? Mr. President, I'll second that.
Are we back on? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a motion to reconvene from Ms. Zorb, and
I'll second that motion to
I think I already had a second from Ms. Anderson.
You actually don't need to vote, you just declare yourself out. Because you're technically still in executive session, you can't vote when you're in executive session, so you just declare.
Declare herself out. Okay.
I'm so glad
Well,
he's here.
Well, all these years, we learned something new.
All right.
well, I guess we don't really need to do that as a body, though.
Just you as president.
Just me
say,
as
"I
the
declare
president.
myself
Okay, I
out."
declare that we're now going to reconvene into regular session.
You're
supposed to
retrain
say,
Mike.
I declare.
I'm not going to do that. All right. I can promise you one thing, I will not. I bring the agenda back up. There we go.
My computer went dead.
Close. Okay.
Legislation.
We are now at our legislation portion of the evening.
Good. All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Second reading resolution number 5, 2022, a resolution authorizing participation in the ODOT road salt contracts awarded in 2022 and declaring an emergency.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I would like to move that we suspend the third reading of resolution number 5, 2022.
Mr. President,
Ms. Anderson.
I'll second that.
I have a motion to suspend the third reading of Resolution 5, 2022 by Ms. Underwood and a second by Ms. Anderson. Any discussion? No? Okay, can you call the roll?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yep.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Mr. President,
Ms. DeWald?
I make a motion to adopt Resolution 5, 2022.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood?
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion from Ms. DeWald and a second from Ms. Underwood to adopt Resolution 5, 2022.
Duke, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Any discussion? Okey-doke. Let's call the roll.
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Okay. Can you call the next one?
Second reading, resolution number 6, 2022, a resolution authorizing the city of North College Hill to prepare and submit an application to participate in the Ohio Public Works Commission state capital improvement and/or local transportation improvement programs and to execute contracts as required.
Mr. President,
Ms. Anderson?
I'll move to suspend the third reading for resolution number 6, 2022.
Mr.
Okay.
President,
Ms. Underwood?
I'll second that motion.
So I have a motion by Ms. Anderson to suspend the third reading. I have a second by Ms. Underwood. Any discussion? Okay, can you call the roll, please?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Mr. President,
Ms. DeWald?
I move to adopt Resolution 6, 2022.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood?
second that motion.
Sweet. All right, so we have a motion by Ms. DeWald, and we have a second by Ms. Underwood to adopt Resolution 6, 2022. Any discussion? No? Can you please call the roll?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
Okay.
Next reading.
Yeah.
Second reading, Resolution 7, 2022, and resolution approving the purchase of vehicle for use by the City of North College Hill Fire Department.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood?
I move to suspend the third reading of Resolution Number 7, 2022.
Mr. President,
Okay, Ms. Anderson?
I'll second that.
All right, so I have a motion by Ms. Underwood and a second by Ms. Anderson to suspend the third reading for Resolution 7, 2022. Any discussion?
Mr. President,
Ms. Dukestein?
on that one, did they decide that they were comfortable with what they had entered into quote with?
My understanding was that the fire department was, and the thing that they said is like getting a new quote, there was a potential of losing, I think, the quote that they had, you know what I mean? Like they got a deal and it was time sensitive and yeah, that was my understanding.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood?
I actually worked with Mr. Dieters on this, so they had initially sent us the initial quotes that they had come to the committee meeting to discuss, and then they submitted another receipt or just more detailed, which increased that amount by a small amount, and I did make sure everybody had a copy of that. So they said that they were okay with that, even though it didn't include everything from that second list. My understanding is that they plan to try to get grants and other funding before they come to council. So I believe that the ordinance that Mr. Dieters wrote includes like that extra thing on the truck.
The front nozzle?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Okay. Call the roll.
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed, 7-0.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood?
I move that we adopt Resolution 7, 2022.
Mr. President,
Ms. DeWald?
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Ms. Underwood to adopt Resolution 7, 2022. I have a second from Ms. DeWald to do the same. Any discussion beyond what we already had? No? Okay, can you call the roll?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed, 7-0. Next reading. First reading, resolution number 8, 2022, final resolution.
Okay, I'm gonna move that we suspend the second and third readings of Resolution 8, 2022, which is the final resolution. This is the Hamilton County, the Hamilton Avenue, geez, oh man, I can tell it's 10:58. So the Hamilton Avenue project resolution.
Mr. President, I'll second that.
Okay, so a motion by Miller Novak and a second by Ms. Underwood to suspend the second and third readings of Resolution 8, 2022. Any discussion?
Yeah, Mr. President, I do have a discussion on this.
Okay.
When is this actually due? I mean, I thought we just looked at this during Finance Committee. Do you know when the actual due date is on this, Mr. Mosby?
There isn't a due date. We need to get it to them as soon as possible so that then they can let the project, because they're the
Perfect.
one that's selling the project.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, they being ODOT. the Ohio
Correct,
Department of
correct. Thank you.
Is that all for
That's
you? Okay, any other discussion?
I don't have my mask on.
Okay. Sounds like no further discussion, so we have a motion and a second to suspend readings. Can you call the roll?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed, 7-0.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move to adopt Resolution 8, 2022.
Mr. President,
Ms. DeWald,
I'll second that.
so I've motioned, Ms. DeWald is second. Any further discussion before we call roll?
I just want to say one little thing.
Okay, that's fine.
We did have like a little agreement. I thought that we were going to include a brief description on the agenda of what these things are, and that's not here. Gentle reminder for future avoidance of conflict.
Right.
That's all.
Just have it.
Okay,
Usually
I'm
put
sorry,
the
I
fold-
was not aware that there was,
Oh, it's not for you. Sorry.
Mr. President, that's totally not the clerk's responsibility.
Okay.
Whoever typed this up, I guess Mr. Dieter's office should have put a more descriptive.
I don't think Mr. Dieter's
title.
office did the agenda.
Well, it says it was prepared by his law office.
What are you talking about?
So whoever, the title says final resolution. So when you go to look that up in the future, you're not going to know what final resolution is referring to.
What we gave you was exactly what Hamilton County asked us to pass, so I don't know what does it say on the actual ordinance itself?
No, they're talking about a brief.
The title of the document, it says final resolution.
Oh, you're talking about on the resolution, not on the agenda.
No, I'm talking about the agenda.
I understand,
What
but
are you
where is
talking
that final?
She's talking about the
I'm
agenda.
talking about the agenda.
oh, I have a copy of it.
Want the
Yeah,
agenda.
those are all the titles, though.
Actually.
Okay, yeah, let's go. It's
Well,
11
let's
o'clock.
go. Just
Maybe.
future reference.
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
put it on a
I'll school ya.
abbreviation.
Okay.
I'm not sure what I did.
All right, so she
typed
brought
the
it
title.
up and she just decided to table the issue. So is there any further discussion? No? Cool. Call the roll, please.
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
This is on 8/22, right?
Yes, it's on 8, 2022.
Yes.
Okay,
Motion passed 7-0.
cool.
Third reading ordinance number 1, 2022, an ordinance to amend and establish salaries and staffing levels for the city employees pursuant to the requirements of the section 3.06 of the City of North College Hill Charter.
Mr. President, that's me. I'm going to move, and I'll explain my motion. I do take issue, I understand that Ms. Anderson's mom is one of the employees on the salary ordinance, and I had contacted, as such an environmental change, you can turn off the fan. I know that I contacted our law director, because her mom is on here, she would have an impermissible conflict of interest to vote or otherwise advocate for the salary ordinance. I think the easy thing to do is to remove her from this salary ordinance and then to pass another one with just her on it. Otherwise, every single year that Ms. Anderson is on city council, she will never be permitted to vote for a salary ordinance if her mom is on it. I don't think that is equitable. I don't think that is fair. As a council member, she should have the same opportunities to weigh in and represent her constituents that the rest of us do. So it's nothing against you, Mimi Anderson. The reason I want to remove you from this salary ordinance is so your daughter can participate in city council and vote on the rest.
Mr. President,
Ms. DeWald?
I second that fine motion. To
Okay.
remove Mimi Anderson from the
Just to
document.
remove Mimi Anderson. That's my motion. So I've motioned to do that. I'm looking at it. Trying to find her
Bottom of the first page.
In the finance tax.
finance specialist AR
Mm-hmm.
1854.
Yes.
Okay. Strike that would be my motion. Any discussion? Okay, so I've moved to amend it in that manner, and I have a second from Ms. DeWald. So can you call the roll?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
No.
Anderson.
Abstain.
Motion passed.
That's the right thing to do. All right, so I'm also going to move that under,
That's the new version, that's not the old one.
yeah, I know, I got the wrong one. So under section 3, thank you. Good slide, by the way. You could deal cards. All right, so under section 3, just because of the heartburn it's causing, and I don't really want there to be any adversarial bad feelings about this, I'm going to move to strike Section 3, where it begins additionally pursuant to the authority of council as set forth under Section 3.06, that entire paragraph.
Okay.
Mr. President, I'll second that motion.
I see the first paragraph.
The first one, right there. Okay, so I have a motion by me to strike that paragraph beginning with additionally. And I have a second by Ms. Zorb.
Okay.
Any discussion? I mean, I'm not hearing any. I know you wanted to see it, so I was waiting for you. Can you call the roll?
Dukestein,
I just want to make sure she don't have any discussion. You don't have any?
I'm good.
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-0.
I don't have anything else. I feel like I've done enough today.
Are we adopting it?
Mr. President,
Ms. Blythe?
is there any reason for us to vote on this now? What is
Yes,
the
because it's at the
purpose?
third,
Yep, it's the third
Adopt.
reason.
Or
You have
forget?
We have to vote on it.
or table it.
Oh, okay, so you said, did you say there were 2 or 3 people on here?
Mr. President, there is a
Salaries were
change. There is a change, so you would need to vote on this particular version of the ordinance.
Mr. President?
Wait, what?
Okay, I heard a what, but I heard Ms. Zorb say Mr. President, so go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion, we adopt ordinance 1/2022 as amended, and there are quite a few amendments.
Yeah, as amended through the meetings today, the final amendments were removing Mimi Anderson's position as well as,
Historically,
Striking.
Section 3.
there were other
paragraph
amendments
and
like done on 118,
I
stuff
see
like that.
that.
Right.
You certainly
because this
may.
is probably the one that we should we should maybe make copies.
I'm making changes as we go right now.
Okay,
So if you can provide that at the end, I can print an actual edited copy.
well, I guess you
I've
had
got
all these
quite a few
notes.
copies of it.
Mary Jo, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So you had all these notes here, so technically,
That's
because
where
I
it
struck
failed.
that paragraph, all those amendments go with that. Right?
Say that to me again.
Oh,
Well,
let me know.
because you have notes by other amendments we made here, I'm just talking about your handwriting, so I struck all of that when I struck that paragraph.
Yes,
Okay, I just want to be sure that we understand what we're both looking at the same.
but on the front sheet, you'll see other.
Right, so on the front sheet under section 1, it says the following salaries and staffing levels are set as lifted below to begin and take effect on January 1st, 2022.
Yep,
Right,
and that, I think I've listed the date we voted on that and everything.
yep,
Mayor,
yeah, yeah.
Just give me 1 second.
So Ms. Zorb moves that we adopt ordinance 1/2022 as amended to date.
I'll second that
I have a second from Ms. DeWald.
as I melt into this table. I'm so tired.
Any discussion? I'm gonna give, as I see reading intently, I'm going to give Ms. Underwood a second here.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood.
Ms. Zorb, what did we do with a clerk of council?
What do you mean?
I see that there's a strike through there.
Because it's that, not that.
Because we had an hourly rate and an annual rate.
Right.
So we're removing the hourly rate. It's just an annual rate.
Okay.
The problem was that some people who were on salary also had an hourly rate, and there was some conflict there, so we struck out some of the hourly rates.
It's a one or the other. You don't get
Right.
both items listed on your
I
line
see.
item.
Okay.
Okay. I didn't hear any further discussion, so go ahead and call the roll.
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
No.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed, 6-1.
All right. It's all legislation, right? Okay. So it would be remarks from the audience. Strangely, no one stuck it out till 11:12 p.m., so there is no one in the audience. I think we can move on to old business.
Mr. President,
Ms. Underwood?
I would like to remind us, everybody, that that clock is wrong, and, you know, we should probably do something to fix that.
11:04.
Definitely old business.
Yeah,
8 minutes fast.
It's been
that's okay.
discussed.
I know,
8 minutes fast.
sure, sure. That's all I have.
Pretty soon it'll be 54 minutes fast. So spring forward joke. All right. Sorry. Too late for spring forward jokes. Any other old business? Anything?
Mr. President,
Ms. DeWalt?
if there is no new business, I move to adjourn.
I do have one thing I'd like to ask for new business. Sorry, I think it'll be brief. You know, I'm not going to go super on the record here, but I would like to continue the talk we had in executive session in some way, shape, or form. It did not seem resolved to me.
That was resolved.
So I'm telling you, I voted on the salary ordinance to make sure that people on there got the salaries that they deserved. I'm not satisfied with everything that happened. And I know that we have, obviously, one discussion, something that came up throughout our meeting today that I think we need to still continue with. We need to figure out how to do that. Whether we're going to do it in our next council meeting or if it's something that's going to happen in public safety or something like that. So, no, or finance, or public safety.
I was just about to say, stop putting stuff on my agenda.
Mr. President.
Okay.
There is one other open issue, and that's we need to do something about the individual that we took off the salary ordinance.
Oh,
Who's following
Ms.
up with that?
Anderson? Yeah, okay, so
Hold on a
he's
second, though.
got
Was
it.
there a raise, was she getting a raise from the 1 December? So you don't really need to do anything until next year.
Although it doesn't put the name on it.
Yeah, you'll be okay, because,
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
you can if
Okay.
you wish, but you
All
don't
right.
have anything in writing to do it right now. So
Okay.
If she didn't get a raise, you could just wait.
She got a raise on the other one that was passed in
In
December.
December.
Yep.
So what we would do then is, next year, when we have this, we'll just do 2 separate ones. We'll put Ms. Anderson on one with all the language and everybody else on the other one.
Got it.
Should
Thank you.
work. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right. Um,
I made a motion to adjourn.
I will second Ms. DeWald's motion.
Okay, so no one else has any new business? None?
Comfortable chair.
Okay, then I've got a motion by Ms. DeWald, and I have a second by Ms. Zorb to adjourn. I imagine we're not gonna discuss, so can you call the roll?
Dukestein,
Yes.
DeWald,
Yes.
Underwood,
Yes.
Miller Novak,
Yes.
Zorb,
Yes.
Blythe,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Motion passed, 7-0.
Gavel.